Hey, welcome to this video. So in today's video, we're starting on a new project, which is project management system. It's going to be client-based or client-oriented. And it is something I've always wanted to do because I have a lot of clients, and the most of the problems I have with my clients is either pure communication about the progress of the project, and the clients can't see what I have done so far and all that kind of stuff. So all the tools that you may think of, Trello, Monday.com, ClickUp, I've actually tried them and I failed to use them because simply most of them, they are not client based. They don't you not find like easy client can log in and look at the work, look at the progress, and even always the layout is always just like in this format. I don't find this so much helpful in my use cases, and in most cases for freelancers, you want a really granular project management system that can onboard clients, that can give you progress, and so many other things. I went ahead and I wrote actually a problem statement for that. Like most freelancers, we face challenges tracking project progress and managing invoices, payments, showcasing the work after to new clients or new leads. So in this new project management system is going to be so granular and it's going to be so huge that it's going to be catering for small businesses and also freelancers like you. So I'll show you what we have done in the first episode. So what we did is that we used the starter kit. The fact that now I gave you access to the starter kit. If I just go to the giveaways, let me hope you already have it. So I gave access to the starter kit for free. Now we are using this actual starter kit um, as a starting point for this project. So we're using this as a starting point, and we're able to set it up. And at the end of the day, we have modified the dashboard to have all the things that we need. And you can see the dashboard now is fixed. So we'll have all these like clients, projects, invoices, payments, members, emails, bulk emails, to generate portfolio, file manager, and so many things that we are going to do in this project. And this is based a project that I really want to use at work. So I'm not just making it just for just, it is something I want to use at work. And I've always hustled with all these tools. Now I can't be able to create my own tool, and it's also going to be, of course, multi-user. All other users can create the account. As you can see here, I have this account here that I'm logged in, and this account I'm logged in right now, it has two clients. If I go to clients, okay, you will just notice that they here I have two clients, and you can see I also have one project and two clients. So I have two projects and I have two clients to one project. If you just go to the hosted version, I created a new user. You can see this user is a different one, and he has 0 clients, and also he has 0 projects. So this is going to be like a person can create his account and can manage his own clients, projects, and so on and so forth. And what you have done already in project in this episode, we have all done authentication. We have put the CRUD functionality for the clients and the project. You can see if I just click add client, I have all these nice thing that I can add a new client, as well as the project. I can just go ahead and add a new project. As you can see here, we have the project thumbnail, and you can also select the client. Now you can see this one has no client, where you can actually go ahead and first add the client. So this is what we did in the first episode, and this is a good time also to actually request any features. Since the project is starting, I would wish in the comment section you add all the new features you'd want to see in this project, so that I just be adding them. And it's going to take only about 7 days to finish this project, so I don't want it to delay because I want to use it already. So thank you so much. And you want to just get started, let's jump in and get started. welcome to this video. So in today's video, we are going to start on a new project, and as you can see here, on the project, we're working on the medical app. Actually, we added these three features in the behind the scenes. I'm actually just doing some customization for the client. And in today's video, we are starting on a new project management system, and these are some of the main features and want to start on this project. And there are so many, I think, project management tools out there, and even the videos. If you just go here like on YouTube and you search for project project management, I think like project management tutorial. Like there are so many, I think like I think like project management. Like people have done the project management, like as you can see here, and like this. But to be sincere, like I've really gone through this, even like is it something you just say here like Next.js? I believe there are like so many that you can find there. You can just see here full stack project management. You can see project manager. Actually, every time like these videos pop up, I actually go through and see like which concept this person took, and I just already just like really be curious. But to my surprise, actually, I don't know if these people who build these project management systems they actually have like projects, because sincerely I tried using like Trello, but this is not, I don't know the person whom they made this for exactly, because if in real life the project is really more complicated than this. I think like most people enjoy this, like dragging. This is one thing I don't actually even like really fancy on this, like showing like this. Do I even need to drag? This could be like a button, even like I select doing and it goes to the doing. But um the the existing project management tools Trello, Monday.com, ClickUp, and so many have really gone there trying to get an actual tool I can use in my workflow, more especially if you're a freelancer. Okay, if you're a freelancer, these tools have genuinely, you can see, I think was the like medical app on YouTube. I tried to use this, but actually I lost track. Like I couldn't manage using this. It wasn't sufficient enough. Let me just first show you the problem statement. Maybe we can just like argue together on this. So freelancers and small business often struggle with managing multiple project clients and tasks simultaneously. That is obvious. If you're just like a freelancer or you're a small business, right now I started as a freelancer, I'm trying to migrate into a small business. One thing that you're going to be juggling through multiple projects. Okay, so, and of course, and clients. The first concept that actually these people miss out is that they have projects without even clients. Okay, like most of these projects, either it is your personal project or it is actually for a client. It's like when you have a point of sale system without products, like they actually move together hand in hand. Like sorry, like you are selling the um yeah, you are selling the point of sale, but you don't have where you can select like client like customers. You need to have customers. So in this, there is, you just come and create a project not attached to to any client, that is doesn't make much sense to me. So the first problem we face is tracking this project progress. Now, you may just think that this is tracking progress, like getting the hero section and putting doing that this is progress. No, this is not progress. Okay. And the progress I'm talking about is the client is always going to request this. How far is with my project? Can I know exactly what you have done? And I'm just like trying to do this project sincerely to for myself, because like a client is going to ask you the question is, how far is my project? Can I have a look of the modules or the things that you have done so that I just know how much am I supposed to pay you? Now, this, first of all, even if you try like to go ahead and just like you share the board, this is not enough. Like this is not enough. You could just say go and create a link and share with maybe the client, but this is not enough. You need to explain exactly what you have done. You might even need to attach a link or something. Okay? So that is one thing that you have to put in mind, that the progress is more a client wants to see it more visually and also like really in details. Another one is managing invoices and payments. So another thing is you are working on this project, the medical app, and the client paid you. So like the total budget, we could just like put here this one, and in front here we could put the budget, total budget of this the what the payment. We could put here the paid amount and the balance. These are like the big things you need to see on the project. Okay, like those stats you need to see on the project. And when a client pays you, I always struggle to remember or even keep invoices. I even don't have where you can just like have invoices in one place. So like a client gives you like $200 or $100, and then you're supposed to write it somewhere. Okay, and sometimes I tend to forget. I can't send you when you just like in work or you're just in doing something else, and you're like, I'm going to record it, and eventually you don't record it, and then you have conflicts with the client. So you need to have a way of actually record payments on projects. Okay, like you need to have this there. Like this is in our daily lives. You will do a project will be for a client and to be payable. Whether it is only $10, whether $20, you need to record this, because at the end of the day also, you need to create your portfolio. Like if someone asks you, in your career of web development, how many projects have you worked on and how much have you generated from those projects? You can't answer that question. You cannot. But if we have like if we have like a system tracking the payments, when a payment is made, you come this and add a new payment, and that payment you can easily know how much for this project, and even overall all projects, how much have we generated. And like that would be really nice to really have that overview with the mindset of actual payments and invoices. Okay, and then showing their work effectively. So after you have worked on all these projects, so how do I share my work now? Because I've been using like Trello, I have like 20 projects. So where do I showcase my work? Like if another client asks me, which projects have you worked on? Like you have now to go ahead and pull up, of course, you have to go and pull up your portfolio. So like this is now another thing that you have to go ahead and like pull off. Now you can see I have the projects this side, which are like not this side. Like that is a discrepancy the between the app you're using. It should be like this. Like I have all my projects. Can I just like share the projects? Okay, I will just like go ahead and just like click on share. I'll generate a portfolio, and then it gets like all these project details, and it represents them very well and gives me a shareable link that I can actually give to another person to look at, like at my, you know, whatever, but with all my projects. You know what I mean? Yeah, so these are like some of the things I want to address. I think in this app, it will be like more in depth, like really looking at an actual use case where we can just like create something that is going to be usable by ourselves, and eventually I might just like go ahead and just like put this to market, and maybe other freelancers can use it if it is fit for you. Okay, so now that we have understood the problem clearly, and I believe you are with me on this, if you have tried to do an actual project, you have more problems to worry about than just like juggling these ones. Like, this is not a big problem, really. I don't think even in this one we are going to have this Kanban. We might or might not. I don't know. Like, I don't know if we just need this. Okay, because as I've said, my focus is will be on these things that clients always ask me. For instance, collaborating, can you just like invite a client? A client must be able to log in, and when he logs in, he has to be specifically look at that project that he's connected to. Okay, and then he can just go, and he can also even write some notes. Okay, for instance, if you worked on this mega menu, and then he want to really go ahead and review this mega menu. Okay, yeah, you want to review, you want to do some things, so you have to give that ability for a client to add some notes or something. So just going to keep on like improving this to really make it like a more fit for ourselves. Okay, so now that we are done, what is going to be our first step? The first step is going to first of all start a new project. And now that you guys, I gave you access to my starter kit, which is what you're going to use in this project as a starting point. So if you haven't seen the offers, I'm about to take them down. If you haven't, so far I've seen guys who have just like really joined, and I guess you guys are enjoying and accessing it. I'm going to be dropping more things in it as we're updating. I will keep it also updating. For instance, after updating like the sidebar today, I might actually think about of putting that very sidebar that side. So as you can see here, we have this premium Next.js and the course. So I believe you guys, you have already grabbed this the starter kit, and if you're watching this video, and please check down in the description to check if you can find the this starter kit offer. Just go ahead and put in the details, the name, email, and don't try to put in like the spam email. These ones of temp emails. Actually, I tried actually write a script which blocks them. If you have tried, you know that. So just put an actual username. Most people don't know actually the username, GitHub username. So when you go to GitHub, in this link here, this is in between here is the username. This one here. This is the username, guys. Most people are copying the whole entire link, as are putting what, and they had issues. They had some errors. You make sure you just copy the only the username, this word in between here. This is your username, and that's the only thing. You simply copy and come here, and this is the thing you're going to paste here, just like this. This is your username, and then you just go ahead and then if you after finishing this, you will be just redirected to this. So I'm just going to go to repositories. I'm just going to look for the starter kit. So I'm just going to go here and just say starter, I believe. Okay, Next.js starter kit. I think it is this one. Okay, if I check here, you can just see here, it is the starter kit. Yeah, so it is the one. I'm just going to go ahead and clone this. So I believe you guys, you are all in this. Okay, I believe you have access to this now. For me, it is private, as you can see, but I gave you access through the this here. So if you are already there, just go ahead and let's clone this. So I'm just going to start by actually cloning. So I'm just going to clone this. I'm just going to call this project maybe Project Pro something. Let me just go here and just go to YouTube builders. I'm just going to spin a new one. And you can see I ever just tried to develop this. Actually, just have project management system. I just go inside here. I'm just going to try to open this, and I can just say open git bash. Okay, just going to say git clone, and let's go ahead and clone this. I'm just going to call this project pro. So I'm just going to say project pro. Okay, just like this. Okay, so we have cloned this. I can just cd into project pro. Okay, the first thing you could just do is actually open it in VS Code. And then I'm just going to pull up my terminal. And I'm just going to start by just saying npm npm install, just like this, to go ahead and install all the dependencies. So the first thing I'm just going to do after this is to make sure I first actually deploy. So when you get just like a project like this one, before you do anything, we're just going to configure environmental variables and deploy it before we do any further things. Okay, so just go to environmental.example and we see what things do we actually need. So just going to first remove all these ones. So you can see like the first thing you need is this database URL, upload thing, next auth, GitHub. Okay, so if you don't know how to get this at this point, at least at this point, at least you should be able to know how to get these ones. These ones. Now, what I'm just going to do is normally these two, the ones you're seeing here, the ones you use in the development and the ones used in the production are always different, because in you're going to have issues if you're using these ones in production and development at the same time. You will get some issues. So what I just normally do is I have a basic ones that I always use here. Okay, I have the basic ones that I normally use here. Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to also do this. I'm just going to do this. Copy this. Okay. This is just to help people who are in the in the project and you don't know how to get these ones. I'm just going to use AI here. Just going to go here, start a new chat. So I'm just going to say here, here I have a list of environmental. And by the way, as I'm just doing this using AI while I'm coding, this is going to be the new future. Okay, prompting and working with AI. I just don't want you to be on the side of fighting AI. I want you to be on the right side of using AI to help you in your workflow. We have like better problems as you have seen here to implement. So like AI solving you a small problem or helping you is not a big deal, right? Just let AI help you in some things so that you move faster. Okay. So right now to write the whole readme file of how to get all those ones, it can generate this one and we'll move on faster. So I'm just going to say here is a list of environmental uh, variables. uh, that I am using in my Next.js project. Okay, in my Next.js project, I'm using in my Next.js project. Okay, just going to go ahead and paste them just like this. Okay. Um, I want you to create for me a readme file that explains step by step on how to get all these environmental variables. Okay, how to get all these variables. Anyways, so something like this, like it can really help us to create this so that like okay, and I think it's just done. So just simply copy this and let's go ahead and just paste this in this readme file, just like this. Okay, yep. And I'm just going to go ahead and um get this. Just going to go here in this reveal in File Explorer. I'm just going to copy this readme file. Can I just like copy this? And you can just look for where we have like the where we have that where we have this I don't know like where is it, the starter kit. I'm not sure where I actually put it. Let me just check in this. Let me just look for the starter kit. YouTube builds. It's not in these ones. Okay. It can't be in projects, right? Um, I wanted to go and get. Just need to get one place I put my projects. Like right now, I've just like put chosen the one of YouTube builders, but actually previously I was just like doing this in different places. Okay, so I think must be in this one. I think I will just go ahead and the first have this. If I can just like get this here, I'm just going to give it just okay, it is here. I will have to migrate this in some other place for sure. So I'm just going to go ahead and just delete this readme and I'm just going to go ahead and paste this one. And I will just open this git bash and I can just say git add git commit, modified, okay, readme file, and git push. Okay, so we're just going to download this. So now when you just come now, you have this. You should just find like you have another readme file showing you how to get the environmental variables. Okay, this might just like help you get started. I'm just going to go ahead, pause, and I add my the normal ones. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and just like add the normal ones that I'm just going to start with this project. But go ahead and you can just for this go to MongoDB for these. If you're using setup preferred, okay, you have to get a database for this. I'm just going to change a little bit, I guess. Okay, for database URL, I am using MongoDB. So modify, so update the readme with how to get the database URL from MongoDB. Okay. Okay, so now they have like updated this. You can just like go ahead and we can update this too, and you can also just open this and just update also this. Okay, so that's great. Now we can just like focus on other things. So just going to start with this. Okay, great. So the first thing you're just going to do is populate these. So I'm just going to create .env. Okay, .env, just like this, and make sure that this is not in the is in the git ignore, as you can see. Okay, so I'm just going to copy all these values, these ones. I'm just going to go ahead and paste them here. So I'm just going to pause the video and I populate these ones. Okay. If you have any challenges, I will just also when I'm just like on the deployment after I deploy that, because I will just put the actions to work in production. But for now, just go ahead and populate these ones. Okay, so assuming you went ahead and added all these environmental variables, database URL, the upload thing secret, and the next auth, and this, I'm just going to go ahead now. I run npm run dev, npm run dev. Okay, now I just want to see if this is starting before we deploy this. Okay, so I'm just going to go here to localhost. I'm just going to go ahead and just say localhost 3000. Okay, so you can see right now, good. Okay, now you can see even this one is already just connected because they're seeing the environmental variables. Okay, so you can try to actually log in and test out. Okay, and you can just go ahead and just like log out and everything, but right now it is working properly. So before we do this, I'm just going to go ahead and deploy this before we go really very far. So the first thing, if you want to deploy, I just want to show you how to do this. Just right click anywhere and just go to this. The most important file you need to actually take care is this git. So this git is having like the is still connected, is still connecting this to this repo, to this one. Okay, it is still connected to this one. You can just like refresh. It is still connected to this one. Okay, so you don't want to push to this. You need to create it as a separate project. So the first thing you have to do is go in that project, okay, and then find this git. Now, if you're not seeing git on your machine, probably you still have the hidden files. You can just type in here hidden, show hidden files. Okay, or you could just say also show file extensions in the file explorer. So just make sure you go ahead and click on this and then turn this on. Okay, you see, show hidden and system files, show file extensions, show. So these two here, they will help you to see actually this .git. I'm just going to grab it and delete it. So after deleting this, now this project is like a new project. I have to initialize Git in this. Okay. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Go create a new GitHub project. So I'm just going to go here and create Project Pro. So under repositories, let's create a new repository. I'm just going to name this as Project Pro. I'm just going to make this private. I'm just going to create. Okay, so after creating, they give you these instructions here, git init, and all these ones. So what I'm just going to do, I always just like copy from this, the from commit. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and just say git init. This is the first one because we deleted the .git, so we have to initialize this git init and git add everything, just like this. So you can see initialize the empty git repository here. And now let's go ahead and paste these ones. Git commit, my first commit, and then branch and all these, enter. And this is going to go ahead and push our project onto Git. So now I have this on Git. Now I'm just going to go ahead and deploy this. So of course, open Vercel. Now, to most of you who are still on this, me, I'm actually just like reached, I think, a level up. I have to migrate my projects to Pro. You can see now I have the Pro account because all my projects, some of them were actually posted. Like I had too many. I had to leave only these ones. So you can see I have these ones. So over time, I've really created so many projects. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and add new. I don't know if this is going to show up. Do I need to add it? Let me just like add it to, I don't know. Should I just add it this side? And just like add it directly to this side. Okay. Just come here and then, oh, did I just like add domain? Why did I click on? Just add new project. And it will just see this one, import this project pro. Now at this point, just bring all the environmental variables. So what you just normally do is go here and Control A, Control C. You could just even just upload. In fact, you could even drag this file here. Okay, but I'm just going to paste just like that, and just go ahead and deploy. So as it is deploying, just going to leave this to move on, and we just move on with some things. Okay, so right now, the first thing that we are just going to work on is not going to be this homepage. In fact, I'm going to remove everything and leave only this hero section plus this one only. That's the only two sections I need for now. I'm just going to first go ahead and just comment out all these other ones. So in this home, I'm just going to go ahead and I will leave the first one, the okay, announcement, this text comparison features. These are the only ones I want. So starting from here, I'm actually just going to either comment them out or remove them. I don't know. So these, I might just like need them in the future. I just comment. It doesn't hurt. How it works, comment all these. It seems like there's a comment already inside here. So just going to remove all these here. Comment. Oh, what's going on? Just go ahead and comment this. Showcase. Let me just put them together. All these ones now. Then this. We'll just have the foot, I guess, at the end of the day. Okay, so this is how I want it. Yeah, this is the only part that I want. Then this here, I don't know if I just like need that button still. I'm just going to remove to comment out that this one, also the announcement. I really don't need this announcement. Okay, this one I'm just going to remove now. I might just actually just like remove them because I still have the starter kit anyways. So if I just want it, I will bring it. Yeah, so we'll have this one. Okay, that is one thing. I don't know what's happening with the deployment, but we are live. Okay, that's great. So I can just like continue to the dashboard. I'm just going to change a few things. So what you just have to do is if you click on this, it will actually start just like this. Copy this, and let's go to settings, and then just go to domains. So the first thing you have to go ahead and the not domains, sorry, environmental variables. So you just have to go ahead and change a few of them, and the two you have to change is the next auth URL. It is still using localhost 3000. So go ahead and just edit this. Just change this to this. Remove this. Here, save. The another one you have to change is the let's just see here. Next base fabric upload thing, next auth. I think that's the only one you need to change. We don't need next public base URL. Yeah. So that's the only ones that you need to change, and then you just go back deployments, and then you just go ahead and just redeploy this. Okay, so that's it. And for these things here on top here, I'm not so sure if we really need like these all these links. But for now, I'm just going to leave them. They're not a big focus. Okay, they're not a big focus. We have other big things to focus on. Maybe we can just like um we can just like create the these things here. We can just go ahead and just like customize the landing page on this text. So I'm just going to use the AI to generate these ones. So I'm just going to go back to projects. You can just go ahead and just describe. So I am creating a hero section of my project management project management system landing page, and I need you to write for me the copy for the landing page. And I'm just going to give it this a where is it? This one. I just want to go ahead and screenshot this. Use awesome screenshot here. Select, and what you can just do is you can go onto here. In fact, I'm just going to screenshot the whole entire screen. So just go back here and full page since we have few sections. So you can just go ahead and say done. Download this here. Okay, so I'm just going to give this image to AI to create for me some of these contents. Uh, so I'm just going to go ahead and upload this here. And I'm just going to say, okay, I'm just going to say, you have I've provided you with an image containing an image of a template. Can you write the copy for each section as it is in the image? First of all, we have the navigation links. Okay, then we have the hero. If you just look at this, we have which one did I take? This one. Can I just like cancel? Okay, we have this hero section. So we have the hero heading, description, and the button. Uh, hero text. And just gonna be here heading, description, and button city here. And then let's say is the comparison uh, section. Compare our project management with existing ones. Okay, like Trello. Okay, and then finally also uh, write for the footer. So this is just like how you're supposed to using AI. Most of the when it comes like to copy, do not just write all that copy for yourself. Just simply give it a prompt to help you just like do this. Okay, so just go ahead and see what as I understand. Here is what I came up with. Navigation links, features, solutions, resources, docs, pricing. Nice. So I'm just going to go with this to the navigation. Uh, how did we name this? Site header. And you can just simply go here. So these are the ones now we have. Let me paste them here. So we have features, which is here, like, I think to features. I don't know. I think it will be like a hash in the future, like for features. And then solutions. Okay, solutions. Let's say like a hash solutions. Then resources is okay. Docs A. It just like left everything the way it is. Okay. Let's just go ahead and go to hero section heading, manage project effortlessly from concept to completion. Okay, let's see. Uh, just go back to the here and let's go here where we have this manage project effortlessly from concept to completion. Okay. Um, okay. Just going to put here just like maybe just change this. Manage projects and maybe and clients effortlessly. Okay. Then here just have this here. Compressive management. Okay. We just like put this as a placeholder. We can just like do better than this. Start a free trial. Start a free trial here. Start a free trial. And then this is just going to the login or register. Then social proof, a 500 plus team delivering projects faster. Okay, so it also saw this one. And then just go to the comparisons. I just copy these here. We just like improve this by just showing you how you would basically just do this. Copy this. Which one is the pros and cons? Let me see. Just go back here. Many task assignment and tracking. Okay, so here I just like to put the cons. Okay, so can we just see here? What is this? Okay, yeah, these are the ones actually. So just go ahead and populate these ones. This one, then this one. Okay, so maybe I would have told you to give it as an array, maybe it would be much better. The footer links, I think it left it the way it was. I think maybe this one's just going to do this. Okay, so you can just go ahead and remove all these ones. So that's the only part we're just going to do. Uh, this is the project here. Okay, and then here straight and these settings also we have them with and without our system. I think uh, project management without our system. The titles. Where do we get the titles? So you can just say here, tired of juggling many tools, and then yes, here, oh, that's a wrong place. Okay, it is just this one, the featured card, this one here. Without our system, and then this is with our system, with maybe project pro. Okay, and this one that of managing projects and the clients, maybe manually. I don't know which better word to explain how I'm feeling right now, but we have something here. So this is enough for this for the homepage. I can just go ahead and just push. Most of you, when you're just like working on a project, please make sure that the when you just make some changes, the amount of you should not wait a project to be so huge for you to push. Always, whenever you make a few changes, please go ahead and push. I'm also going to change this logo. Hoping like we have logo somewhere. And okay, this one is just like this. Then I just go to the site header. I should be able to see a logo somewhere here. I'm just going to call this Project Pro. Project Pro. And maybe even the icon. Okay. We can just go ahead and look for some other icon on Lucid. I don't know. I'm just going to get this one, align start horizontal. Align start horizontal. I'm just going to say align start this one. Okay, great. So that's it. I'm done. I'm just going to go ahead and push this. So just git add git commit, and then just going to say uh, updated updated landing page, and then git push just like this. Okay, that one is done. So you updated the landing page. Now the next is actually going to the dashboard. So we need to transform this dashboard. Okay, a little bit. We have our categories, which is the one which is holding the data table. I like that because we already have data table already working with this. So I'm just going to modify this to have more links. Now let's discuss about the the sidebar. Okay, so here in my PowerPoint, I have actual navigation. Okay, so we have to have a link to the dashboard. That is okay, which will be showing the overview. When you click on the dashboard, it should just show the overview. Then we have subheadings. So I want to put these minimal headings like clients and projects. Then under clients and projects, you have clients and then you have projects. Then you have like also modules and tasks. Now these modules and tasks, they will be inside the projects. We don't need to show them here. Okay. So we just have clients and projects. Then next, you have like financial where you have invoices, quotations, payments. Then you have team. Here you're just going to see like where you have the members and the roles, maybe. And you have communication. Then you have portfolio. So just going to actually add all these links in in our sidebar, update this. And to show you what I mean, how I want it to look like, I'm just going to show you the one for, and you can see the hosted one has also updated, I believe. Yeah. So you can see it has updated. So I'm just going to show you the one for feedbox. I want just to do it the way we did in the feedbox sync. If you just remember this feedbox here, you're just going to go to the dashboard, and you can see also I used the same starter kit. I just want things to look like this. Okay, I want them to look like this. Why you have these headings here, like this. Okay, so this is what you're just going to do. So I'm just grab this sidebar for feedbox, and then we'll start from there. And this feedbox, we did this on YouTube. You may think this project is not there on YouTube. JB Web Developer. So we also did this together. You can now go ahead and watch this. Just going to go here. Go ahead and put just you could just like feedbox. Feedbox. Yeah. So there is this my SAS here, and there is part one, which is 8 hours, and this is 5 hours. So you can see how much energy I put into this, and there's a lot of concepts. So you can just go now that you have a starter kit, you can just go ahead and now do this project here. A very nice project, by the way. Um, if you remember how we did these, like the API keys, okay, and then like using these API keys to really do some nice stuff we did in this project. It was a really nice one. But I like the sidebar here. like this concept here. Okay, we might just like not put this. We also can like put like for project somewhere. I don't know where this one will fit in, but when we need it, we might just need to go ahead and just like bring this. This was really also nice. Okay. Yeah, actually like I would really like want these projects here to be able to switch between like projects. Okay. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and mm, just first go and just make the links to be like this. Okay, so basically what I'm just going to do is where are we right now? Just going to go to the sidebar. Yeah. So if you look at the current sidebar, can I drop this off? So if you just look at the current sidebar, you can see we have this one here. So we just like need to introduce in we're just going to introduce in another we're just going to introduce in another layout, just like this format. It has just be like you have an array, and then in this array you could just have different objects that maybe has title. Okay, title. Let's just say projects, projects, and clients. This is title, and then I can just say have links. So you can just say I have now links, and in these links I have an array like this, and then this array can have now these ones. So you're just going to arrange it like this. Okay. So you find you have this when we map, we have an object which has title and the links, and then these links are the ones who want to do this. So you're just going to change it to something like this. So I'm just going to go here. Um, this okay. I'm just going to go to this. Okay. I'm just going to go to sidebar maybe here. And I just go here. I'm just going to take more time on that. We have a lot of things we need to build. So sidebar. Okay, so we have the sidebar here, just like this. Control C, and then we can update this one. So this is the Project Pro. Just going to go ahead and update this here, like so. Okay, just going to update like so. So you can see right now, this is just in the format I told you. We have an array, then we have the title, and then we have the links. Okay, that is the first thing. We're just going to update it with our own links. Now this one changes a little bit on this here. It will have just like to change a little bit. So I'm just going to go back here and also just like now this. Okay, copy this. Okay. So just go ahead and just do this here. And let's go ahead and just add these icons for now. So we'll have the first one. Let me just go and see clients and projects. Clients and projects. So you're just going to have the clients. just use this and projects, and then just going to have the first link, which will be just like the clients, and then it's going to be dashboard clients, and this one we can just like call them users. I don't know, like, do we have like use okay, let's see here. Okay, I think that is just like very okay. Okay, let me just go here and add others. We have projects, so here you have projects, and then you're just going to add projects, and then here just going to use like layout grid, and then the next one is going to be the next is this invoices, so it is financial, so financial, finance, okay, which you just have invoices. I don't know, like I think we just need only invoices, okay. Then this is going to be dashboard invoices. This one is going to be like maybe dollar or something. And then the next one is going to be payments. Okay, yeah, payments. Okay, so for the payments, I'm just going to be like a handshake. Okay, so remove this. Yeah. Next is we have team, maybe team where you can just like bring in your team, and you're just going to have here like members. Okay, and maybe I don't know, so here dashboard members. So here you're just going to have like user two, and then just like roles. I don't know, but I just like add them roles. Just come here and I just look for any other icon like the lock. I just have like a lock. Okay, so we have lock. Okay, and then I just go ahead and just add others. The next one is we have communication, which has emails, and I will just talk about all those features in a second, but let's first add them here. So just go ahead and add communication, and then here just going to add like roles. Oh, sorry. Emails, it should be like emails, and then here you have the bulk emails. Okay, and even you just say bulk emails. Next is our portfolio. Okay, so here just going to have with portfolio. So just say portfolio. The word portfolio is always my problem. So you're just going to have what we have generate portfolio. Here's going to be portfolio. I don't know if we just need any other link under this portfolio items. I'm just going to leave it on a portfolio. Then there is brand management. So for now, let me just remove this. Just go and duplicate this. Maybe actually just going to go ahead and just copy this. Brand. So under brand, we have like settings, logo. So just going to have like brand. Just going to have here settings, brand settings. Okay. And then these ones will be used. I'm just going to explain anyways. I think we stopped even putting icons some long time. So I update them. Here I'm just going to put, I think, File Explorer, File Manager. Anyways, like here, File Manager. Okay. And then lastly, we have reports and settings. Okay, so we just have here brand settings, brand settings. Okay, settings, file manager. Okay, so just down here, I'm just going to paste. You have reports. Okay, here, reports. Project progress, financial summary, project progress. Okay, project progress, project progress. Financial summary. Financial summary. And time, the last one was time tracking. Yeah. So this one is time tracking. Here is going to be time tracking. Okay, done. And the last one is settings. Okay, so the last one here is going to be settings. Okay, and in the settings we have account settings. So you have account settings. And then, so this is going to be, of course, these ones are going to change these links as we move on. For now, we just want to just put them. Notifications, integrations. Okay, I just going to have, we have like notifications and integrations. So here's going to be like notification. I think this is very important. Notifications. I don't know. Integrations, what are you going to integrate with? I don't know. But we can just like put this. Okay, great. So after adding this, let's go ahead and revisualize what we have so far. And it looks like this. Okay, so this is of course not the UI how you want this to look like. Okay, we don't want it to look like this. So can we first fix this? I'm just going to fix this using a shard. So I'm just going to go here to shard and just going to add in this, which is going to be the scroll area. So just going to add this scroll area. So simply go to usage and let's go ahead and bring it. I don't know if it is already, I think the purpose of this is done for feedbox. I'm just going to close this. I'm just going to go ahead and import this on top here. And as you can see, we already have it installed. So copy this usage. And let's go in here. So we have this one, the navigation, right? Where we have this navigation, live website. Do we need this? Okay. So we just need to put our nav into this, I believe. So if you put the scroll area here, okay, so you can see the scroll area here. Okay, so you just need to do the same thing. So I will just like transfer this whole navigation inside the scroll area. Okay, what happens? Okay, so you can see where the navigation is right now, right? You can see that. So first thing is to give this, instead of this width of this, I'm just going to give this a width full. And this one, I think just going to lock it to come back here. Okay, this is great. Now, we're just going to sort of upgrade this one. Okay, I will just like have to change this one, this button. And let's actually just like change it right now. So down here, instead of this whole card, you just need this button only. And I will just like cut this and remove this and card head, remove this. Let's first add this here and we see. Yeah, so we could just like add it like that. Okay. And for now, I'm just going to name this logout. Now let's fix this here. Yeah, I was wondering like what is always this thing here? This like the search icon. I might just like actually get it, but for now, what I just need to do is this height. Okay, you can just like go ahead and just make this 800. Okay, I think 800 is much. 600. Uh, so according to how we made it, okay, 600 is it's like 400, really? Yeah. So you can have this kind of scenario right now. I'm just going to make it maybe, let's try 500. Hmm. Yeah, I think 500 is okay, but we have here this problem here. Can I just make it like 400? Yeah, so you can see here app is fixed, and here maybe I'm just going to go ahead and take off the border from this. I remove this border. Yeah. So now you can just like have them like this. We need a link to the dashboard. Okay, we need a link to the dashboard here on top. So to put that link, and here, can I just make like 420? I guess I'm trying to remove this space here. 440. Yeah, I think 440 is the optimal. Okay. So the way we added this here, I think, I don't know if I just like we should add these here. Just going to go ahead, and in the navigation we can add dashboard. So you can just go into top here, and let's go here, duplicate the first one. So here you just put a dashboard. Okay, dashboard. And we can just like put only overview, and then it's just going to be dashboard, and this is going to be home. Okay, just remove this one. Okay, so we should just like have now dashboard overview. Nice. Now you could just like, if you wanted like, you know, to go ahead like for these titles here, inside the scroll, you could just go ahead, look for these titles, and you could just like font medium. Yeah, maybe much better, or even same board. I don't know. We just add like same board. Yep. So great. So this is how this is looking like. We could just like have in the scroll, we have this padding. Let me just make this px04. Padding y02. Yeah, it's like much better. Okay, and then so me to add here 45. Okay, great. I think this overall looks great. Okay, this overall looks great. Okay, let's start now with the we know of course the other table, the categories is this is still there, so yeah. um so the first thing I'm just going to do is create this overview. which is the dashboard right now. I guess we have, what do we have on the dashboard? Okay, so here we have this. So on the dashboard, we might just need to show the cards. Actually, let's first push this one before we just go any further. So I'm just going to go ahead and git add dot git commit, and you can just say like modified, and just say updated, maybe updated dashboard sidebar, dashboard sidebar, just like this, and then git push. Okay, so now let's plan on the on this overview. Overview will be possibly have like the cards. Okay, already we have this one looking amazing. So you're just going to have the cards. We not have like these add products. We just have the cards and recent projects and recent clients just on these the two tables that we are going to add. So for the cards, still go back to shard here. I'm just going to go to shard, go to blocks. Okay. Of course, we'll have also the chat somewhere, but for now, just going to add the cards. And now for the cards, we have like just like these type of cards actually. Like these figures here, they are nice. Then we have here where we have this tab. Scroll down. Okay, so we have here these the cards. We'll have these cards here. So you can just copy this card here. In fact, let me first take off this. So for this one, okay, let's first take this card here. I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to go to components and just going to create here for, so we have already dashboard. So instead of the dashboard, I'm just going to add overview, overview. And inside the overview, let's put the overview card. Overview card, do tsx and paste it here. So we need to add the, okay, we already have the card. Anyways, now we just need to go ahead and map through these cards. So I'm just going to go ahead and take off the lift mode. And you could just go ahead and just look into the code. Can I just like, okay. So I could just actually view the code here. Let's go here. So you can just say like subscriptions. So basically I need this. Okay. So there is this main. So you can just first copy the main, go to dashboard and just go to page. So we already have this here. Okay. Now we can just go ahead and remove everything else. And let's go ahead and add this grid. Just pick this. Now we'll go ahead and add a grid. And this is the one that's going to have the cards. Okay. So you can just say overview card, overview. Okay, let's first go and get this overview card. Let's give this one here. Overview. Overview card. So in here, just going to say overview card like this. So you can just like put 4 of them. Okay. So if we just go back, okay. So we have this. Our 4 cards. Nice. Now we need to add also this. I want to go ahead and see if this worked. So by the way, you can just go ahead and create an account. So you can either log in. So let's just like check start with actually Google. Okay. I'm just going to start with Google to see if this actually works. Access block, this app request is invalid. Okay. We need to, I don't know if we had reloaded. Oh, okay. So after in that's why I'm saying in production you have to check this. For now, let's just create the one for login because in production you have to update this link in the Google console. So Google console. Okay, so you just go to Google console. Okay, so you just come here, you will see that you have a lot of projects here. Right now, I don't have actually the starter kit is not on this one, but let me just show you one project. So you have to come, if you publish this project, if you just come to this, like you have credentials, you could just go and like modify some of these things here, like the consent services and all these. Okay, so you have to go ahead and you'd have set this one in the URLs. You have to come and just add this one. So for it to work, I have to create a new key. So for that, I'm just going to do it later. For creating the production keys, you have to go ahead and create the production keys because the ones we have here for localhost it will work because we have this. That's why I'm saying you can just get the ones you can always be working with on the localhost always. Okay. That I'm just going to configure it at the end of this video. I will configure that so that it works. But for now, just going to go ahead and create an account manually. And let's just go ahead and add using this. And I will add in a script that takes in this marinator. I will add this script while signing up. I will add this, modify this to handle this script. And then here, password. Just going to call this login 2027. Okay, and just go ahead and sign up. Let me copy the email. Okay, so the account was created. Let's go ahead and log in. Okay, let's go ahead and log in. Okay, so you can see we have logged in and you see it actually updated. Okay, so this is nice. It actually updated. Okay, nice. And you can just go back to the light mode. Great. So just go ahead. That is step one we did. Now when we go back to the localhost here, we have these cards. We just need to add in like two tables. The way we have these ones for recent projects and the I'm just going to close this. I'm just going to go back to preview. I'm just going to add in these two, actually two tables. Okay. The one that is going to be showing the recent customers and the recent projects. So we're just going to change them a little bit, but we just need them to look like this. Okay, so I'm also going to go back to this. So after the cards here, you can see we have the tables. So there is a card also view all. Okay, so they basically start from here. Okay, and these like the cards. Okay, I believe it stops here. So I'm just going to go back on this page dashboard. So down here, just add this. Okay. So first of all, we're just going to have two tables. There is here. So this card is going to be holding. I will just minimize this card and minimize this card. So I will cut this one and I call this one inside still the overview. I'm just going to put recent projects, recent projects, the TSX, RFC. Just go and paste this here. Okay. So you can just go here on this card and just get this. Okay. And then also the table. Okay. Card description. Button. Link. Arrow. Let's bring in the table. And all these other things it comes with. Okay. Bring in the badge. Okay, so we have this here. I'm just going to do uh go back to this, and this one is going to be so recent. So here you can just see recent projects, recent projects, and then here we can also see recent recent clients to TSX RFC, and then here we can just add this. Okay, so just go here, please first copy all these imports, and let's add them here. Okay, so you can just go ahead and just add now avatar. So for the avatar, you could just also go and copy this here. Okay. There is two warnings remaining. Where are these two warnings? Okay, React. This remove at all. Okay, so we can just now go ahead and connect on this. They just connect with recent clients. Okay, yeah. This doesn't look quite right. The I don't know what these ones have to do. We have the CRUD, which is correspond to, and then this one also correspond to grid LG equals to XL XL equals 3. Okay. LG is supposed to be 2. Currently, we have this weird situation going on right now. Let's check. Most likely this one. When you have LG grid like this, I don't know why the card is supposed to be actually like that. Could also check these. I don't know where these ones, they don't even monitor or something. Mm, You mean putting this chunk thing has something it does? It doesn't. Um, can we first go back here? I'm just going to have a scenario of this LG code 2 MD gap, just like that. Yeah. So everything looks good. Okay. So let's now, at this point, we're just going to define the MVP. So what is the viable product here? Like what is the main purpose of the project? So the main purpose of the project is actually, could just like go here and bring the logo. Just a second. And the sidebar, can we just like, where we have this, can we just like bring in the logo? and this logo takes in the href. So href. So maybe this one we want it to actually just keep you on the dashboard. Okay, let's provide also the title. So the title, which is project pro. Okay. Great. Maybe we just go and look for the better icon or something. So the MVP is these two things. You should be able to create a project and then also to create a client. So you need to first create a client and then you attach these clients to actually a project. Okay. So the question is who is being created first? Okay. Who is being created first? Do we create the clients so that when we create projects, or we first create the projects, then the clients come last? So I think the first thing is you need to create a client, okay, and then the client is attached to the user, okay. The problem is that yeah, I think that's it. That's it. The client. So let's just have here where to write. So we have here this. So this is going to be like a user. You log in, create an account. So you start by creating and you add your client. So this is going to be a client. So you create a client and then from using this, when you come to create a project, okay, so this project is yours, but it is now having these two things. Okay, so this is just like me trying to illustrate. Okay, so by the thing is we're just going to first create the client and then the project is going to come just here. Okay, so there are two ways we can do this. Okay, and I think the most nice one would be like you creating the client. You might don't need to bother the client to register before, for instance, and then he comes to log in when there is nothing to see. So you might just later on send a link to a client to look at the project when you have done a lot of things. Okay, so that means like we're going to take an approach of you creating the client by yourself. Okay, so I'm just going to start by uh, I'm just going to start by adding a simple thing here on the sidebar. Actually, I think sidebar, let me see. What do we have a link for clients? So we have this clients. Okay, it is dashboard clients, which I think is okay. Dashboard clients. So what I'm just going to do is I will duplicate the categories. Control C, Control V, right click, and just say clients. And to rename, just stop the server. And then let's restart it here. And let's go inside the clients. Let's start with the page. I'm just going to say here clients. add client, and then this is going to be dashboard clients new, and of course here's going to be client the model. Okay, so for now we don't have let's first leave it like that, and the columns like that. So when you just go ahead and see clients now, you should be able to hit the dashboard clients. Actually we had started it must be here, trying to go to dashboard clients. Okay, so we have like right now we don't have any clients. You can see we have a nice here. So just going to try to first modify a few things. Let's just go ahead and create what is going to be, who is a client. So I'm just going to go here in the schema. Okay, so a client is going to be able to log in, and if it is going to be able to log in, that is a something, okay, that we need to take care in here. So you can see we have actually here roles. So we have a different user. So this user is the one who goes to Project Pro and create an account, start adding his thing, his user, his clients and projects. So this is a normal user. Now we have the admin. So just going to create now other users, and another one is going to be of type client, and another one here is going to be a member. I think those are like the right now the users we have right now, a client and a member who will be able to log in our application. Now we have to modify a couple of things or bring in some other models here. So we have this, and I think I have somewhere the models, but the importantly, if I can just check on these my models here, can I see the Prisma models? Okay, let me just expand this. Okay, so we have a user that is going to be rated so many things. For now, I'm just going to go here and get a project. The project you're just going to be keep adding more things, but let's create here a project like this. So the project is going to have a name, description, start date, end date, status. It has this client. Okay, it has this client here. So we'll have to see how we are going to have this, and then there is this user, and then there is a client ID, user ID, modules, the same things here. So like the project has modules, okay. And while we are creating modules, let me first give here the overview. Assuming we have our project management system. So this is our project we are building. We are building a project management system. So what I would just to do, unknown circumstances, to give a nice overview when a client is looking at a project, you have to break this into two. The first one, the modules. So you have to come up with the modules, and inside the modules is where we have the tasks. So this one breaks the problem, the project really nicely. You can see we have authentication. That is a module. Okay. uh you can have CRUD. Okay, maybe you could just have like maybe clients CRUD. Here you say clients CRUD. You can just go ahead and just do this project CRUD, uh, project CRUD, and these are modules. And inside the modules, we can have tasks. So, for instance, authentication can have tasks. Now, for instance, we could just say sign up page, a login page. Okay, so this is the best way to do it because when a client comes, he knows like we have 5 modules or 3 modules. Out of 3 modules is working on the authentication module, and inside the authentication module is actually on the login. So these ones they will be having status and so on and so forth also. But you get the point of the concept of modules and tasks. Okay. Uh, so we have here the project, which is going to only have the modules. So you can just go ahead and bring in maybe others. Okay. Uh, just going to go ahead and bring in these ones. Okay. So let's go ahead and see the ones I have. I have a module. As you can see, a module has a name and it is linked to the project. Okay, and then we have here. So I'm just going to add here. I'll just like modify these ones, add on delete cascade later. But you can see now a module actually has tasks. So if you just go in a task, it is actually related to a module. And this is the good thing here with the status. Okay, and you can see even these ones they have when you create a module like authentication. So this is going to be using this module, and then these ones are related to this. So the problem we have is now how to define a client. As you can see here, we have this type. Just going to leave this one as a role because if we create another thing, for instance, like mm, um, the problem is one, there are some things like a client would want to look at that we cannot share publicly. We could just like leave a client and we say we generate a link and send it to the client and can have a look without any authentication. The problem is he might want to see things like payments, like if there is a payment he paid last time and did you reflect that? Something like that. So he needs to actually log into the system. So I mean, like, if he's going to log in, then he has to be treated as a user. So there is a problem. So the project was created by a user here, and then so there is a user who creates the project, and then there is a user who is actually like, a client. Mm, so um there are 2 ways we can sort this. So just what we can just do instead of just having this whole entire thing of the client, we just only leave the client ID just like this. By this user, we actually this one B. So just go back here in the user. We just enable just simply add projects here. So just add projects, and then you can just say here project just like this. Okay. So let's go ahead and see where we have these errors. User, so we have the invoices. So we can just have these invoices. Okay. So here you can just add invoices. We have quotations. We don't need, we might just not need a quotation. We're just going to only be bringing, we didn't need a quotation. No, yes, I need, just going to use only invoices. So just remove the quotation. And finally, so remove this also. I'm just going to go here and see other errors. So we have payment. Payment is okay. It is also linked to the user. So we have payments and portfolios. But there is a portfolio item. Okay. I'm just going to go and put these ones, the payments. So go to the user. Okay. Just duplicate this. So we have portfolio items. And then we have the last one is payments. Okay. So just going to be explaining this when we reach on that. But the first one we need right now is to be able to create a project and create also a client. So you can see when you're creating a project, you will need to have the client ID. And this client ID is going to be linking between this project and the client. And then, of course, this is the person who created the project. This is just to limit. So we have the user ID and the client ID. Great. Yeah. So that means as we're just going to create a project, there must be a logged in user. This one will give us this one, but there must be also a client. So we need to have also a client, and a client is going to be also a user, but with a different role. So just going to be creating here this using the same create function, but changing some things. Okay. Great. So I'm just going to go ahead and um, because the two things as we said is this the client and the project. I'm just going to go here in the actions, duplicate. Actually, I'm just going to duplicate these categories and rename this to clients. And you're just going to copy this function for create user, this one. So basically just copy this and bring them to clients where we have this create. I'm just going to start with this here. Okay. Let's remove revalidate path and this db. We still have one problem. Okay, which is going to be this bark. Just remove this bark. Okay, so just going to have this create user, and this is going to be now create client. Actually, we could just call create user function. We don't need to actually use a different one. There is nothing just going to change when we are sending this data. The only thing is going to change is going to be the role. Okay, is going to be the role. So I'm not going to change this. I'm just going to leave it like this. I'm just going to simply get the form. So let me just go back to the project. I'm just going to this add a new client form. So I will just first get the form we used on categories. If I can just go and first say categories. And let's go ahead and just see like add a new category. I'm just going to add new category. Okay, so you can see we have this. So I have to maintain this sort of architecture, but maintaining the same thing. So if I just go back to the clients here, let's click on add new client. Okay, it takes us to this one. So we can first modify this to have everything that we need. So we can just go ahead and benchmark from the register page. If I can just go to register form, we can benchmark on the things we need for this. So this is going to be the thing we need. I'm just going to go here, create account in this. So you have the first name, we have the last name. Okay, basically it has to comfort with the this user props. If you just go to the user props, we have the name, first name, last name, phone, image, email, and the password. This is the ones you have to have only. Okay, which is great. So I'm just going to actually copy this function, this on submit, together. This, I'm just going to copy this together with this email error. Copy, and let's go to, okay, before we move on, let's go ahead and create the client form. Can we find where we have the category form? So we have forms here. I'm just going to duplicate this, and I create this as client form. I'm just going to quickly change this to client form. So let me just go and see this client form, just like this. Okay, so I just need to replace this save category thing with the other one. Okay, let's start by going back to the register form where we had selected this on submit plus the email error. So you can just copy them at once. Let's go to the client form so you can replace it with this. Here, can import the user props. And then, yeah, so we have these here, the email error. And for where we have this one, create user, we can also import this. And then on submit is going to be, what did we create this? It is on submit. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in on submit. Okay, and let's just go ahead and pass in also the user props here. So here's going to be the user props, just like this. Okay, that's now we're just going to start like modifying the phone in the inputs. Can I remove these ones? So let's go ahead and look at the this. first of all, let's change these headings. This is going to be users, sorry, clients, client. Okay, there is no any parent. So this is going to be, now starting is going to be the client name. Actually, if you look at this, we don't need these two here. Just going to go ahead and remove them. So this header, let's go and see now. Oh, we haven't linked. Can we first link this client form back? So just go ahead and link this to clients, new page, just like this. Okay, great. Okay, so right now, if we just go ahead and refresh this, okay, so just go ahead and add some padding. So where we have this text, I can just add like padding of 3, and this should just like work properly. Let's make it 5. Okay. So we change these ones now. So this one has to be, for instance, the name. So the ones we have is the name. We could just go to the register here. So we have these inputs here. The first name, you can just go here and get them. Let's first see here. So we could just actually just put this form, and just a second. So we have these ones within this CRUD. Okay, so here our form has this header, and then the has this grid. Now we might just like actually copy the grid here, the one we have here within this form that has all these inputs, because we have even to choose for them the password. For the submit, we don't need, but for these ones, we can actually copy, and then let's bring them here. Okay. Text area, I can remove the text area, and then even this, let's paste them here, and let's bring this import. Let's import the icons. Okay. I'm just going to see what we have right now. Illegal constructor means we must have imported an icon from somewhere, a wrong place. Let me just see here. text input. Okay, let's look at the inputs. There must be one input. As you can see, there are some icons we don't have. I don't know where those ones coming from. But if you see here, we don't have like the lock. Is it? Let's see all the icons. Lock. Then we have the email, headset, and the user. Let's see now. Okay. This is how it looks like. We're just going to sort add a profile image, which will be optional. I'm just going to add again the padding top here. Padding top of 4. Okay, so the client first name, the last name, phone number, and email address, and the password they will use to log in to this the project pro. As we said, the purpose of this is that the client must be given access to this project, and he can be able to see track the progress from the dashboard. He looks at how are you progressing, and so on and so forth. So we have first name, last name, and all these ones. So this one is going to be the client profile image. Okay. I'm just going to come here where we have this category image. This is going to be the client profile image, client profile image, and this is going to be endpoint. So let's create an endpoint here. Simply go to the app API upload thing core, and let's go ahead and just duplicate this. And this is going to be client profile image. Let's copy this, go back here, and let's add it here. And now we have it as this image URL. So I'm just going to go ahead and if I have it here, image, it is the initial image. So instead of using this, right now using the placeholder, we can just use a better placeholder, which is actually this one. Okay, so cut this. Okay, and then you can just say data.image is equal to image URL. So you can just come here where we have the image, and then we just give this one here. So instead of this placeholder, let's give this one. We can just instead do this. So okay, just add this here. So you can see this one's going to change to that profile image. We can just like use an avatar for now. When you get the chance and get the client image, which is not a big deal, at the end of the day, is going to be having a bit to update it if he logs in. But at least you have this here. So let's go ahead and also update the footer here down. This is going to be clients edit. Just going to go here and just say it is going to be client. There is no any parent. So parent means if it is inside another, like if it was in dashboards and then like client, users, then clients. But right now this is direct. Okay, so save client. So we should just like be able at this point to try to test this out. They still have one problem here, and it's just like because of these default values. So the default values, we're just going to look at these user props. So you can just go ahead and just copy all these ones, except I think password. So I'm just going to do this, and on edit password is going to be hidden. So I'm just also going to make sure of that. So you just go here, add all these ones. So the first one is going to be the first name, initial data dot first name. Okay, we're just going to look at that in a second. So we have dot first name, which will be this. So let me just go ahead and duplicate this. So you can just get cut last name, phone, and then we have the name. I don't think we have a name. We have the email. Okay, so we can just like go ahead and remove all this. Okay, so the first thing to fix is this initial data. This one's going to be of type is going to be of type user from Prisma client. And you can see these ones are gone now. So we're just going to hide also if there is editing ID. Okay, so we can just go to where we have a password. Like if it is just like in the edit, this one is not going to be there when you are editing. So I'm just going to cut this and first put here. We can see that no editing ID, then show this. Okay, I think that should be able to do the technique. User has already been declared. We have, oh, okay, we have two users. Okay, so the easiest way is to change the one of Prisma, this one here. And you're just going to say here as, sorry, as Prisma user, Prisma user. So you can now use, you can just use the Prisma user here now. Does that still count as a redefining? Okay, so great. The only thing right now we want to do is actually test out if we can actually create the client. Okay. So we have this. I think it is on dot image. Okay. So we need also to pass in this email. I don't know if we have this set already down here. Set email error. Yeah, we have this there. So I think everything looks okay. Let's go ahead and try to create actually our first client. There's one thing we need to change is the role before we forget. So here we just need to change the role. So what we can just do is that we're using the default one, but instead I'm just going to give a role when it comes here. So just say data dot role. This is not going to work. Is equal to client. First of all, even if you just go and you put on the user props, let's go and pass that you can actually pass in the role, which is going to be of type user role from Prisma client. If you do this, still you will have a problem with this one. The thing is client isn't sendable type user role. If you just go to the schema, okay, you will see that actually the user role is there. The only problem is that you can see we have the client. On it, we haven't pushed actually all these ones. So that's the problem. I'm just going to stop this. So just go down here and stop the server. Stop the server by Control C. You know, how do I stop the server? We are not on the terminal. So just go on the terminal and let's go ahead and do Control C. We have a lot of consoles, I think, that comes from host options. Let me just go and get them. Host. There must be a lot of consoles from this place. So we don't need any console right now. So you could just like go ahead and first take off all these console for now. We use them ready for testing all these ones. Okay, so you can see how these consoles, all these ones. Okay. Okay, I'll just take off all the console. So just go ahead first of all push this. So I'm just going to say npx prisma db push, and then after this npm run dev. Okay, good. So let's just go ahead and push these all these ones, and afterwards gen start here. Okay, so now we should be, if we go back to the client form, we shouldn't see any problem right now. So we just give data.role. We give it to this, but we have to make sure that in the user, this is not a requirement, right? Because it might just bring problems. But just like make sure this is not required. And then, so we can of course create the name, the image, and the role. So when this one is created, it's going to be having the role. Okay, can we now just go refresh the page and then try to create our first client? Okay, so I'm just going to come here and use this. Let's go to the password and let's change this one to login 2020 maybe 4. Okay, and then let's go ahead and try to create the client. Save. Okay, so you're saying account created. We can just like change that, and it goes to the dashboard. Let's first go and see some things here. So it goes here and creates the user and sets the email error. And if here, just go here and it's going to the login. So here, just go and push to dashboard, dashboard stroke clients. And we have just here accounts created. So just come here, client created successfully. And yeah, so that's it. Let's just go ahead and just go back. We check the clients. Now we don't have these clients who have been created. So just go ahead and create, fetch the clients. So inside the clients, let's come here and get clients. And basically is going to go and just say, this will be the users and db.user, find many, and we just simply put a where, and then we can just say where role, and where role is equal to where role is equal to client, and then return these users. As simple as that. Those are the clients. So I'm just going to go here and get clients. I will go to the dashboard clients, and in the first of all in the page, now we can just say clients, which you could just say they conform to the user, and then you can just come here and say these get clients, and then here we pass clients, then we pass here clients. So then just go to the columns, and then we can change first is here to user, and then we just need the first name. Okay, last name. So here you just say like first name. And if you just like wanted, we could just like create the whole, just use like the name. So it's up to you. I think we could just like just say name, and then here we could just say name, and then the image. Here is I think image, and then you can just say image, profile image. So this one is image. Mm, I don't know, is it image or let's see. In the user, we have it as image. Okay. We might just need to modify the image column. Okay. Mm, we just need also to pass in another one for the email and the phone. So we have like phone, Okay, then phone, and finally we have the email, email, and then phone. So in the future, we'll just like put in the link like the projects, but right now let's just leave it like this. So it seems like the client was not created with what we sent. Okay, I think everything right now, you can just see here, client, categories. This is going to be clients, update client ID, and even this is going to be client ID. Okay, so let's go on to the down here. I just want to see if a client was created. We could just go and just here to where we have a user. So here we didn't capture the role actually. So here we can just also get the role. Okay. Can pass in all these things here. Last name, name, phone, image, plus also the role. So you can just come here and creating a new user. Let's pass in a role. Okay. So let's just say if a user is, and this is going to revalidate dashboard clients. And let's go ahead and just also console the new user. And if you could just like revalidate two things here, if because admin will also have the users. Okay. So it seems like the user was not created. Let's go ahead and try to add one more time and see where could the problem be. Let's use a fake filler and let's put here a memorable password of login 2024, and let's go ahead and try to save. Okay, so this one has been actually created. Okay, we'll just go ahead and look at the console here. Most I want to see the role that has been assigned to this person. Okay, it seems like I cannot see this. I don't know why my console is doing this. I can't see, but at least we can see this user or this client is here. Okay, this is of course great. We can see the clients. So let's just like go ahead and try to see the project. Okay, let's create like again like another client to confirm. I'm just going to call this for instance. mm, I'm just going to say like just like use this. I'm not going to think much about this. And I'm just going to create one that the email that I can remember. So just like JB. Let me just create one. Let me see here. I have okay. I'm just going to use another one now. So just going to create a new user. Is going to be JB web developer, developer, just like this, or web dev, and the phone number. Then this one, I'm just going to say uh, JB, maybe just say JB web web developer at gmail.com, and the password is going to be login 2024. Let's go ahead and create this person. We could also test the image. And instead of just like adding that, you can just like go ahead and test this. And I just want to get a smallest possible image here. Okay. Let's go ahead and save this. Okay, first of all, this image, I don't want it here. I just want it here. Okay. Why is it like the user not defined? I even don't know. Just going to I'm just going to page columns. The image is way too far, so cut this and let's add it here to be the first one. Okay, let's just a second. Okay, so nice, we have two clients, and you can see their images, the name, the phone, and this. Now you could just actually just like add one more thing. You'd want like to know the client location. So on adding a new client, we could just like modify and you add some more details. Like I think like client location. I don't know if the country matters, but we can just like add those two things, like the country and location. Just in a second, you can just go to P and let's just go to the uh, client form. Just go to the client form here. Mm. So I'm just going to add two things here. So the way we added like phone and email address, just simply duplicate it. Actually, just going to duplicate the first name and last name. So just going to go ahead, duplicate this. Okay, so let's just say here country, and just say here country. Then here is going to be also like e.g. USA, and then here we could just say uh, location or city, whichever you want to use, but I'm just going to use location, location, and then here is going to be like Canada, something. Even the client might not even give you all that details. Okay. The most important thing is just to be able to communicate with your client, at least with the those fewer details. Now the phone, I believe, just are going to expand a little bit like this. So now we have country and location. So you could just like change the country. Do we have like a flag? Yeah. So you could just like the icon for the this one, we can just use a flag. And then for the location, we can use a pin, the location pin or something. So there is this one, map pinned. Okay, I just use that map pinned. So here, just map pinned, I think. So if you just go back, you see you have this. Okay, great. Let's add them. So you have to add them in two places. The first place we need to add them is going to be in the user props. So just go ahead and just add three things here, which is going to be the country, which is going to be a string, and then the location, which is also going to be a string, but they are all not required. So you have to add these, get them. Let's go here. So now in the form, they will be added automatically in the data here, but then also we have to add them here. Okay, so it will be country. So it's just going to give us the error, and then this one also location. Okay, so now we can just go and update this. And updating means that we have to update also in the create user. So down here where we have this create user, so we have to go and modify this with the comma, and let's receive these two, country and location. And let's also go ahead and add these ones in the create user. After adding them, you said they will bring errors like that. You can just go ahead and update also the schema. So I'm just going to go to the schema, and you can just add these ones here. These two, country, and then the location. The only thing we just need to do right now is going to restart the server. So you have to do push and then restart the server, and make sure every time you are adding a new thing, just add them not to be required to avoid having errors. So you can just go ahead and refresh. And as this is refreshing, I'm also going to go ahead and add this on the So we might just go to the columns here. So after this, we can just add location. So just add location. And this is going to be email. I don't know why I have phone. Okay, so this one is going to be location of the client. You can just go ahead and refresh one more time. So we have this. Let's go ahead and now create using the location. Just going to create one more client here with password here. And let's go ahead and save the client. Just wait for redirecting. I'm not sure if the client was created. Okay. So you can see here the location is being actually captured here. So that's really nice. We can also just do delete a client. We could just like add a delete. So what I don't know if is in the user, we created only one thing. So already in the client, we have update. I just need first of all the delete here. So copy this and just going to say delete user here. So it will be delete user. db user delete where id. Okay, and deleted user just like that. Very simple like that. So we can just go and implement this here in the client's page, actually in the columns down here where we pass this endpoint. We pass also the client ID in these columns. Then you just come here, you find there is this. We're just going to put else if okay model is equal to client. So let's say here client. We can also just go ahead and do this here. You can just say delete user, and you can just say whatever it is. So should be as simple as that. Just come to delete. Can I just like delete this one and delete it? Okay. We just now can add edit. Okay. So edit, if you just go in the edit here, clients new, we have now clients update. Inside here, we have the ID. First of all, just get this user And that's why we need this get user by ID. So let's go and create that inside the clients. We don't need this. Let's just go ahead and first get this, cut it, and let's put in the user. And it's going to be get user by ID. Get user by ID, and this is going to be user. And let's go ahead and return the this user here. As simple as that. So copy this. Let's go back here and we pass in the ID. We get this user. We're just going to say this is client form. And we're just going to give this person a user like this. Okay. So this should be working. We need to change some things a little bit. But basically, if we now go ahead and click on edit, can just like do this. If I go ahead and just say edit, it should take me to this person, and you can see the first name, last name, phone, and this. Okay, and the locations are there. Now we have to work on the update logic, which is actually not yet there. So let's go to the category form. You don't have that kind of logic, okay, inside here in this try, and you can see if there is editing, this is the part we just need to add in. So I'm just going to copy this if statement and go back to this client form. So inside here we have all these things, right? So I'm just going to go down here, put this. So if editing, now we have here this create. So I'm just going to copy all this information, cut this, okay? And then inside this, I'm just going to add it here. Okay. So everything should just remain. The only thing we just need to do is just work on this one, update this user by ID. So let's just go and work on the update. Go back to the client, and now we can just copy this update here. It's going to be update user by ID. It takes in data of type user props and the ID. Now we can just say updated user is going to be user dot update, and we pass in whichever data we need, and here is going to be just going to be clients. And as simple as that, let's go and see in the client form, pass in this. So we pass in this and the data, and we might just need to individually do this data. I'm not sure. Let me just first go ahead and console.log this actually. I'm just going to do this. I'm interested to see the data that we have. So get all these. I'm just going to say console.log data, and this is set loading to false. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see this data that is going to be here. I'm just worried if we send the password. We shouldn't send the password. Go to the console, clean. Let's go and see update. So you have country, email, this image, location, this phone. Okay, there is no password in this. Okay, so that is great. If there's no password, then we don't need to change anything. I'm just going to go ahead and simply comment for this one and we move on. Updated successfully and then reset. We don't need to reset the image. Dashboard clients. Okay, now let's go ahead and update this to, like, for instance, maybe London. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and update. Okay, just do this. Okay, so you can see the update also works. Okay, great. So we have the CRUD functionality for this working. Of course, even these the search, they work properly. That's why we are using the data table, and you can even search also by phone number. So if you just came, maybe you pass this, you can also see that you can search by phone number, by email, can search by email and everything. So that's good. Okay, so now just go to turn to projects. I'm just going to create the page for projects. So let's go to where we have these. Actually, we might just like just duplicate the clients. Okay, just duplicate the category. Might be easy to edit. So just rename these to projects. And as we saw, you have to stop the server and start it one more time. So we have the projects here. Let's go inside this page. Go inside by saying here projects, add project, and then you're just going to say categories. So it's going to be projects, new, and this is going to be project. Okay, so for this one, you can just leave it like this for now. Just go ahead and just check this now, the projects page. I'll just we had just like restarted the server. I think it's compiling. Okay. So before we just do the projects, can we first push the user? We changed them, we made them a lot of changes. We did the whole CRUD functionality for the user. So for the client, we just go ahead and just clear this. And I'm just going to say git. Uh, so before we just move to projects, let's see if we have any problems here. Git add and git commit. So you can just say added user, sorry, client, added client, CRUD, okay, and then you say here and git push. Okay, so probably why we could get the error. Let's just go and see if we have. We're just going to wait as this building. Let's just like be working on this. So possibly what we just need to be working now on is the form. Normally is also generating this in the types. Let me first go to types. Maybe schema first. There are a few things we just need on the project. Okay, there will be a lot of things on the project because it's the main thing. Meanwhile, I'm just going to go here on overseer. We're just going to go ahead and see the projects that we added, which is this one. It is still building here, so fingers crossed. Okay, so it has just gone through. So you can see, uh, just come here and we can just like open it. Already we have this person dashboard. We're just going to fix this. The user must see only these like his clients and his projects and so on. Oh, and by the way, I think in the user, I'm just going to, there is one thing that we need to add in the user before we leave that I've just remembered. So if you just go to clients, yeah, we have the two clients here. There is one thing that we have to check on to this. Now know we cannot know this um if we just make sure that when you log in, these clients they need to belong to a certain user. So behind the scene, we need to add the user ID. Uh, uh, so this is going to be very funny. That in the user, we're just going to have user ID. Because for the case of the client, for the case of the client, there must be a user ID. Which best name can we give this? Because if it is has a role of a client, then there must be the owner of that client. We cannot just like mix the clients. So here I'm just going to say user ID, and there is this ID, okay, and then there is now this, okay, user ID. I'm just going to go ahead and you say, so before we push this out, we first delete the existing users. So string, and this is going to be at, I just say at db dot object ID. So before we do this, let's go ahead and delete all these existing users so we can test actually the one which is online. Let's go and delete. Probably we just should just show something here like a load or something. Okay, so just go ahead and delete all these users. Okay, so now I'm just going to go ahead and push this. It should have a user ID. It is not a must when a user is being created. So probably I'm also just going to add the string just like this. Does this stop it from being uh, at db.object ID? I think it's okay. It can still be not required, just like this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and push first of all, and then I see you to how we are going to do this. So just go here and stop the server and push. Meanwhile, I'm just going to get this user ID and let's start with from the client form. In the client form, you need to add it here. Now, this is a use client. If you look at this is a use client. So the easiest way I'm going to pass the ID is also going to come from here, where we have the editing. I'm just also going to have this user ID. Yeah, so here I'm just going to say user ID is going to be a type string. So you pass in this. Okay. And these ones are just going to change them to client form props. Okay. So we now have this user ID passed in the client form. So wherever we have the client form, but before that, we need to also add it in another place in this here in the user props. So we can also add another one, which is going to be the user ID of type string. Going back here to where the client form is, we need to get the const logged in user. So I'm just going to go here, const user, in fact, session is equal to await get server session. And then you can just go ahead and path in the auth options. And then from here, you can say const ID or user ID is equal to session dot user dot ID. Okay. We can just make this one async. Okay, just like this. And you can just say now user ID is equal to user ID. It will, I guess, to still have a one problem, I guess, but on the update, I don't think we need it on update. It doesn't make sense. So I'm just going to make this one not something that it should be required. Okay. So we send it here. Okay. So you can just come here and we say inside here, we need to say data dot user ID is equal to user ID, just like that. Most of the time when the role is a client. Okay, so everything is going to remain the same except that we need to update in the create user. Now we can accept the user ID, and then we kind of just also like put it here, the user ID. Okay, great. Um, Everything should be now still okay. And the reason being, the clients we are going out to fetch here, they will not be just like all clients. They will be like by only this specific user, not getting all the clients. Okay, so I will also change here where we have this gate in the clients, where we say get clients is going to be get user clients, get user clients, and we have to pass in an ID or user ID actually. And this is going to be a string. So we're just going to be find many and they now where this, and then we pass in also another one, user ID, just like that. So now this is going to give us the actual thing. Come here. So we need to get session. So const session is equal to await. I don't know if we could just like create a hook or something. Can't I just like create a hook like inside the, I don't want not inside the auth, but I don't know. I could just like go in the config and just create something like gate user, like mm, gate user.ts. We could just say export async function. We could just say for it like get use auth or something. Let me see. Okay, we could just like say for instance use auth. I just like another good name we could just do. Mm, so this one we could just say const session is equal to await gates of session. Okay, get server session, and then we pass in the auth options. And then from here, we could just go const user is equal to session dot user. So we could just like find some few things that we normally use, like user ID, for instance. User ID is always equal to user dot uh, this user dot ID maybe. I think just because of like this session is not like defined. Okay. Mm, So you're just going to go here, and we could also just get other things like email and role. But like the ones like more especially you'll be wanting to get most of the time, like these ones. And now I guess we could just return an object with this the user ID, email, and this. So you could just like go ahead and return all this. Just like this, you could just return an object. And let's also just go this one from like use auth. It's not like even like a hook or something, but we could just like create something we can just use. So we could just now get these, like I can just simply get like a user ID or something on a page, like where we what is the good place to start with here. So here we just need to get the clients, we need to get the logged in user, isn't it? So we just say const, okay, and then you could just say user ID, user ID is equal to use auth. Um, how do we call this? Do I call it like a function or something? User ID is doesn't exist in the promise. Okay, let's first go and use like this use auth. It is a function, and these ones are just going to say that they have a possibility of being null, and they don't even have. I don't know why this one cannot just like say session from like sorry. Session from next auth or null, I guess. Yeah. So now we could just say we could just say if only if there is session. Just this. Okay. Now return this. So I just want to see how am I supposed to use this or something. Const how do I get things from this function? Okay, let me just say if I say use auth dot name. Okay, just going to go ahead and ask maybe CRUD like you want to create a function that exposes the logged in user from next auth, and here is what I have done. So you just put this, and then you can just say, can you modify it and show how to use it. Okay, just look at the improved version here. Okay, so get auth user, good. Okay, so we have first define the auth user. Now we have async function, and then if user, and then it just returns null. If you session.user, we get them here, and then we return them, ID, email, role, and this. Now, how to use it? Okay, here is how to use it. So you say in a server API, you can just like say const user is await get with the user, and then you can just use that user, or you can just say like this. Okay, great. So I'm just going to say that here is going to be auth. Okay, just like leave it like you can just like leave it like this. I'm just going to only change here, so I can just remove this, and I can say by saying const, for instance, id is equal to await get auth user, just like this. And now we can just say go ahead and just say get user clients, and let's pass in the id. Okay, now here this id is just because of this possibility of this one being actually null. So to solve this is that we can either just say by default this, or but you can just say as string, I guess. String. Oh, okay. I'm just going to do get user clients, and then here I'm just going to do an if statement. Just put here null, uh, null or undefined. And then I'm just going to do this if statement only if there is a user ID, like this. Here is still the so what is this? If I just say ID dot, what do I get? Oh, this is a user. This was look at this. Let's see what is being. Oh, return ID, email, or there is a lot on the user. That's why it's not only these ones. Maybe we just like bring this all of it, but mm, mm, okay. It's okay. So we can just like go here and do this. This is the user. Okay. And then you can just come here and say user.id. Fine. Okay. And then this one is saying now string. Okay. Is undefined. So here we could just go to get clients and then make this instead of undefined. Okay, so we remain with one problem, which is gone actually. Can we first clean up this? Remove this here. Move here. Okay, great. So if I just go back to these clients, we move to projects. Now we just go to clients. Just going to refresh. Okay, so we have no client right now. I'm just going to go ahead and add. I'm just going to add the one, the JB. I'm just going to come here and just create JB web developer, web dev, the email, JB, phone, and then location is Kampala. I'm just going to go ahead and just say password is going to be this one. Okay, just going ahead and create a client. Just add this here. Hmm, let's create. So the client is here. So everything just seems normal. And if you just like go now, since we created this, if I go to the one online, uh, to show you what I mean is that this one, the logged in user is this. Okay, we can just go here and we see the logged in user. This is another person, right? So if I refresh here on this, we shouldn't have this client. That means like, did this, okay, this is a different person, right? Seems like we have a bug. Let's go back to the client form. So you got this user ID from the session. and we send this to login, and we are using this to create because we just add it here. So if we just go to create a user, it must be there. So we go and receive this user ID here, and then we save it here. So I'm just going to first of all run npx prisma studio. I'm just going to go and check on the users. Okay, so you see you have this user who's created online, and this is the user ID. We have this one is one I think who is a client. You can just go here and see the role is a client. So I'm wondering actually the one we are logged in offline. Okay, so we had a session, so this session is not from here. So let me first log out. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and create an account. Okay, I'm just going to use a fake filler here. Okay, so this one, just going to call this one JB. This is hub, and I'm just going to change this one to this here. Let's leave the phone number, and let's make the login 1027. Okay, just going to sign up. Let's add the this. Let's login 1027. Was it 1027? I'm just type login. Let's go to clients. So we need to solve this issue. Now you can see actually has 0 clients. This person has no clients. Let's go ahead and add a client. Just going to use a fake filler. Okay, location. I'm just going to say this. Okay. Now let's add in this. Let's save a client here. So you can see now he has 1 client. We can just like add another client very fast, and we will not mind okay, because this one is just like that for testing. We have now 2. Okay, so if I just go to the one online, you see that this one must have like just see. Okay, we have now all these ones actually reflecting on this. Oh, we haven't pushed. Okay, it's understandable. I was wondering, we haven't pushed that change for the online version. We haven't changed it. We haven't pushed the changes. I was just worried. So now, right now, if you go ahead and log out and log in with a different user, the clients are personal. And the same thing to the projects. Okay, we can confirm. I just want to push here. Yes, we get add, Yes, so here git commit added. Here client based on a user. Okay. Okay, let's just go and see this. Okay, so now we can just work on the project. I believe the clients were good. Let's just switch to the projects. After finishing the projects, we will finish this episode at that point, but at least I want in this episode to finish creating at least a simple project. Okay, so I'm just going to go here. This is building. We'll just like find it, but for now, let's go ahead and just look on the project. For the project, I'm just going to start from the schema. I will start from the schema. So you can see we have the name, description. Okay, we'll have also the content and so many other things. But right now, the most important thing is the name. Of course, it will have a slug. So I'm just going to add in some other things here. The slug, which is going to be unique. Okay. So we're just going to add like sort of the notes, and this can be like um we're just going to have projects notes. This one is going to be also a string, and then we'll have comment. Okay. uh, and now this one actually we could just like we could actually just create it together, because the node is okay is going to be attached on the project, but the comments the it should be able to have like multiple comments. We have to like the project comment when a user or a client logs in should be able to comment. You can always go ahead and just create a new comment on the same project. Like he come and says this is good, I think you can change this, and then you come and changes, and then you can, yeah. So I'm just going to create here like another model, which is going to be like project comment, and just come and do this. So you can just come, and basically here is that the comment is just going to have these two here. Okay, so just going to add that a comment should have maybe just create a body, or we call it the content, which is going to be a string, just like this. And another one should just have the project ID. I think you can just copy from the model like this. Okay, should just like have these. And then we can just go to the project where we have modules. We can just say comments, and it will just be from project comment. Yeah, so that's great. It can also have the notes, like when a client can go ahead and read the notes, and this is going to be a rich text. We have also the description, which will be like the summary, and also the notes are not required. Start date and end date. Yeah, the start date is sort of like required. You might not know the end date, but the start date it should be certain. And then on the status, we could just call the project status. We should be able to create here like enum for the project status, I believe, like complete or something. I just create here enum project status, and we can just say, for instance, complete, or we could just say give it what uh, uh ongoing. Yeah, so we could just like have that the status like that, and we can just come here and we say status is what is the status here is going to be of type project status, and I'm just going to say default, and a default we're just going to give it ongoing. Okay. Seems like we have one error. Error is from where? I'm just going to see this project ID. So we have to have an ID here, which is going to be like project ID, which is going to be a string db.object ID. Okay. Yeah, so that's like some sort of things. So another one is that the project should have more two things. I'm just going to duplicate here. It is just going to have a banner. Okay, it's going to have the banner image, and another one is going to have a thumbnail, just like this. Okay, we have the banner image, and then we have the thumbnail. They just like both, they'll be not required. So for now, just like leave them like that. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and try to create things here. Mm, so we need to create this one, this. We might just not even need status and the end date. Let's just like add them. Okay, so I think those are the ones we need to worry about right now. Copy, and let's go to the types. So here we have the, can you also create export type project props, and we could just say equal, and then you put this. So I'm just going to first of all put the smart cursor. Okay, so you can just go ahead and just, so this is a string. You can put a comma. So you can just say others are not required. For instance, you can just leave them like this, project status. Okay, so I'm just going to go and look for the category form. I'm just going to, I'm just going to go here and just first put the project form. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and just here where we have this, I'm just going to go and rename this to project form. Project form, and then like we just go ahead and just say like rename this. These are projects. This is project. Okay, so other things we're just going to change them, but let me just go and link this to the project new. So here projects new, let's go and just add this. Okay, project form, great. So you can just remove this category form. So I have this project form, and when we go to the UI, let's go to add new. Let's just say add new here. We see what we need to customize. Okay, so this is the create project, save project. So there will be the thumbnail. For the banner, we're just going to add it on update. We're not going to add it here. And other details, they will be also on the project, on the project itself. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and project form. So let's start looking at the things we might just need inside here. So we can change first of all here to project props. Okay. So if you change there, you need to change here. And ultimately, you will have to change this. This is going to be project, and even this one is going to be project, and this one is going to be project. Okay. So we'll also pass in here the user ID. Uh, User ID, which we're just also going to pass here user ID, which is going to be a string. Okay. So this one is going to be initial data dot. So this one's going to be the thumbnail when you're just going to put here. And you can see that this is not actually there on the initial data. You can see the ones they have. So we have to first rerun this. Let's stop the server and run this one more time. Okay, so I'm just going to run this like that. So this thumbnail now goes, and we look for the thumbnail project thumbnail, and we also put it here in a second. For now, we just need to focus on the things we need. The slug will be generated from the name. So we have the project name, the data.thumbnail is going to be on the image URL. And then let's go ahead and look at the data we have from the project props. So you can just go here in the project props, and let's go ahead and get all these ones, see if we can have them. And another thing before we forget is that it should have a user ID, not only the client ID, but actually a user ID. So let's go ahead and check the schema very fast. So a project must be linked with the user, and that's why you need the user ID. Okay. So go behind the scene and the types. So there must be also a user ID. Okay. Now I'm just going to go back to the project form. Did I copy these ones? I just need to copy all these. I don't know what I did, but I don't know if I copied them. So put them here. Okay. I believe I didn't copy them. I just need this. Back here. I'm just going to add them here. So the first one is name. Slug is going to be auto notes. Actually, notes are not going to be on this. So notes are going to be on the edit page. So notes is going to be in the notes and the this. So you're just going to have name, description. There is no need of the banner, a base thumbnail, start date, and date is not going to be there. And then status is going to be also not there. A client ID, and so the user ID is not going to be there. So these are the ones you have to focus on, the name and description. So in the first place, I'm just going to first remove this card header. And let's add padding top of maybe 4 here. So this one is going to be project name, and this is going to be name. Okay, and description is there. So name, description. So name, description, which is going to be description actually. like project description. Okay. So let me remove these two. So we have the thumbnail and the start date, and then this client ID. Okay. So done. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this for the start date. So I'm just going to change this one to text area, text input, copy this. The project start date. And this is going to be start date. And if we just like pass in type date, what happens? Then we have text area, and the last one is going to be the select input. So just going to come here like this. I'm just going to go to the docs. So you could just go ahead and just go to this sub docs, and then we can just like go and check what we have reusable components. And let's scroll down to where we have this form select. So usage is what we want. So get this, yeah, and paste it here, inside here. Okay, form select, just import it. And then you have to pass in all these ones, the options and all that. So you can just also go on top here, and we have something like this selected. So I'm just going to copy that, and on top here we're just going to add it here. So first of all, this is going to be the initial client ID is going to be initial data dot client ID. Okay, and then initial client now. So initial, here you have to get the initial client. Okay, so you have to be having the clients. So you're just also going to bring in the clients. So I'm just going to say here clients, and is a type user. And then here you can also add clients. So on the clients, you'll just come here and you say clients. You'd find this is going to be now user, um, and you're just going to have, so depending on how which clients you pass in here, okay, depending on the clients you pass in here, if you pass in this one, is going to be user dot id. So like this is equal to our initial client id, this one. So this one is going to give us an actual client, and now here we have selected client, set selected client, set selected client. Okay, to use state, and this is going to be initial client. Okay, initial client like this. Now, the fact that you have the initial client of this type, if you see this one, the even if you don't give them any, this initial client is going to have the details of this, uh, the client, the name, email, like that. But what we want, um, mm, we need this to be consistent. So the one we are going to pass here in the types is not going to be of this type here user. Let's check in the docs. I don't know if I didn't include that, but this one is supposed to be of a different type. I need to have like supposed to be of different type. If you just go to the form select, if we just say go to form, select input, the options, you can see the option must be of type label and value. The ones we have to pass in this side. So I will go back to the project here and say that the type of this, okay, it is actually this select, the select option props has to be conforming to these clients here. I'm just going to put this. It must be of type label and value. So when we come down here, it is going to be dot value, going to be value. So this one now is going to be the right one. So down here now, I'm just going to go ahead and remove these ones. Down here in this is going to be clients. Selected client. So here is going to be selected client, and then set option is going to be set selected client. Then this one, if you don't have any clients, you can add a new client. So here, add new client. And we can just say this is goes to dashboard clients, I guess. Dashboard clients new. And so that means like in this here, where we have the new project, we need to pass in a couple of things. You can see we need the clients and the user ID. Let's start with the user ID const. We could just get the user here. Sorry, the user is going to be get auth user something, just like this. I'll wait. Remember that, and we can just go async here. So after getting this, you can just say const user ID is equal to user dot ID, and then we can pass this here. And for can say just like this, and you can say user ID is equal to user ID, just like this, and then we can pass also the clients. So we can just come here, const clients is equal to await get user clients. So just go ahead and just get this person's clients, and let's pass in the user ID. And after getting them, we can just say now const, we can say user clients. Just going to say is going to be clients dot map. Just map these ones to get a user, and let's go ahead and return a label, which is going to be actually user dot. So you can just use the name, and then value is going to be user dot id. Okay, so having done that, you can just go ahead and provide now here the clients as user clients, and you can just say label string value string. Okay, you can just go ahead and let's go here. We can just like have default to be empty. Okay. So now if we just go back to the project, I believe should have something. Let's first go and use it actually. We have it actually. So I need to refresh, I believe. Okay. So the project name, the project start date, which the date is pretty basic. I think this can still work. Um, we can just like make a fancy one, but this I think it works. And then like main categories, you can see we have the two clients. It's just going to change the platform has a lot of issues. Just going to check on this one in a second, but oh, okay, so those have no problem. Here's going to be clients. Okay, yeah, you can just like select the client you're trying to create this project for or the owner of this project, and you can just like add the summary description of this project, and then you can put the banner. So just like work on the so that you can add a banner. We can just go here and let's go to page. API upload thing core. Just going to duplicate this here, and let's go ahead and just say thumbnail project thumbnail. Okay, just copy this and let's go to the project form. So where we have this one is going to be the project thumbnail. Project thumbnail. And then here you can just like have this endpoint. And down here, let me just add also projects. This is project, and I'm just going to go ahead and just wanted to get like a nice default image for the project. And here we could just like have added like We could just even make it fancy, like you have like a selection from an Express API. Maybe we're just going to see how to add that from the an Express API. That is like a fancy feature, I guess. But I'm just going to say like project thumbnail. Okay, maybe on a splash. Sorry, I'm just going to go to free pick. You can just hear thumbnail. So you could just like use AI or something. How about placeholder? Okay. Okay, let me just say like yeah, images. Yeah, so just going to get just like an image and then we use it as a thumbnail. Okay, all these ones really looks serious. Just going to go to flat icons. Yeah, you can just see here. It's also for asking like for thumbnail. You never know, like thumbnail. Okay, there is this one. So there is this one. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and I think get this. Okay, they look all to be nice, but let me just get this um blue one PNG free download. Okay, you could just actually even just like put it locally and just going to say sample. We just say like some copy this and you could just go to in the project in the components and then here in the fabric we could just go and put this thumbnail and then we could just go and give this as a default. Okay, so you could just go to here we could just say thumb nail.png just like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on this. The first one, if you look at these ones, they are these. We just need the name. So here, just like name. description is already there. Let's see others. Slag notes. All these other ones are not necessary. Maybe start date actually. So here just have a start date, which is going to be equal to initial data dot start date. I think we could just say here, new date dot now, like this. I think here I just given it as date. This one, the I don't know if this is supposed to be like a function or something. New date. Or date dot now. Let's see what this one is saying. I just say by default or not. Okay. Still maybe null or something. Let me just see here in this one. It has started a string. I think that's what the problem is. And we just need to get a date and convert it into the ISO. Mm, let me just go ahead and just change this to start date to be a date, maybe date owner or something, or undefined, or even null. So let's go back here. Date owner is not something that would type string or undefined. So what is the type of this? So we will type date here. Inside I will type string. Or undefined. I'm wondering where is the string? Oh, I put them on the end date. Suppose we on the start date. Just make sure we're in the project form. Okay. So having done these ones, let me see others. Those are the only ones that we need to care about. We still have like two errors here. So we need to create here. Let's create some things here. Rename this is going to be projects. Let's go ahead and just create project. Create project. Project. This one is going to be for project props. data dot slug. Okay, we can just first find the existing project, and we can just say here this is going to be project. If existing project there is nothing, we do just return that. We could just like return an object here, here, and the status, new category. We just return here actually, like we could just like say status 409, and the error could be like project already exists. Okay, so this with that name, you could just even just go and just say this, and here you could just like pass in the name of the project. That dot name, and then here we could just say project. Okay, so there are some things here that is not allowing. For instance, property of type start date are incompatible. um and by the way, so we have to convert this date. I'm very sure it's going to bring some problems. So here's going to be new project, new project. So alternative, what we're just going to do is going to say data, and we can go ahead and specify what exactly we want from this. We have a lot of things coming here. I'm just going to do this. Just going to add these ones. Just going to add name. You can just say it is data dot name. Slug is going to be data dot slug. So notes. So like notes, we're not having them. So even if we remove them, description is going to be data dot description. Banner image, and then somebody is going to be data dot thumbnail. Now start date is going to be data dot start date. Let's add commas here. End date, we don't have it. Status, now we have the client ID, which is going to be data dot client ID, and then here data dot user ID. Okay, so let's add the commas to make sure. So you can see the only thing here. So I'm just going to say start date to, first of all, to ISO string like this. So the problem here says type string is not assignable type string or data. And in the schema, let's see, in the schema, what is the start and end date? Okay, they are also having the date time. And just also going to give it a default actually now. Okay, just going to give it a default of now, but then here just want to see type string or add fund isn't at the end, so type string or date. So the start date. Okay, can just give it that as a default. We still have one error. Where is that? Oh, this is not necessary. So this is the project. Get the name, slash description, thumbnail, start date, and the client ID, data dot use ID. Let's go ahead and try to create a project. Project form. So here where we have like save project. So here we just add this. We have the create project. Go and import this. Set image to some .png, and let's go to projects. So we still have here, this is going to be save project. And one problem we have is this one. So we just have also another for update projects get, or here just going to have get like user projects. The admin would want to see all the projects, but this one, let's say get user projects, and it will be just like projects. It's going to be here project, and you say here where user ID. So let's pass in here user ID. Is going to be of type string or defined, and then let's put this whole thing in an if statement. If use ID, and then we can just do this. So this one is going to get these projects for the user and return them. Update, this is going to be project by ID takes in data of project props, and we're just going to now this is update is going to actually be taking in data. That's why like it will have no problem, I guess. Here is going to be projects. What did we just put here? Projects, update project, and get project by ID. So here just say get project by ID, and this is the project. Okay. And you can also go ahead and delete the project. We can just say deleted project. Okay. We have the deleted project. Now let's go back to project form. And here we're just going to have update project by ID. So here on the data, let's add two things. Data dot user ID is going to equal to user ID. And then we have also data dot client ID is equal to selected client dot value, just like this. Okay, so assuming at this point we have something, we can just go ahead and now try to create our first project. Just going to refresh. Okay, you can see here the project thumbnail. I'm just going to go ahead and just use a fake feeder, and we can just say like project management system, the date, and let's say client is this one, and then you can just say a description. This is a project that does something. Okay, so at this point we should be able to save the project. That was quick. Something must be not right. Could just say come here, date, type error, it is not a function. Okay. Uh, Alternatively, we could just like have this here, the date, data dot start date. Would be like, I think this gate ISO, I don't know. Um, if you just go to, if you just go to this, I don't know, in reusable functions. Mm, this is where we have like reusable functions. I'm not so sure where. Yeah, here. Convert date to ISO. So might just like have this. Okay. I'm just going to go to this. Just go to lib and just say here validate to iso.ts. Let's add this. You can see that it is just like getting it into this here. So I'm just going to go here and it's going to say convert date and take in data dot start date. Okay. First of all, this one, so I'm just going to change it back, I believe. Okay. After giving it this, I'm just going to change it here. I put it to something like any. Go back to this. And here, I'm just going to say data.start date is converted to ISO like this. Let's try now one more time. Now we don't need to in this. If we do that, then in the create project, we might not need to convert this like this. So just have data dot start date. Okay, let's go ahead and try one more time. Add project. Just going to refresh. Let's just give this project management. Fake feed this. And this is a test. Yes, a project management image. Leave it. And seems like this one has worked. So let's go ahead and fetch things there. So on the dashboard, projects. Okay. The products, projects page. We can't just come here and we say projects is a type project. So gate project user projects and const user is equal to await get or the user, something like that. And let's go ahead and just get the ID. So const okay, user ID is equal to user.id. And you can just pass this ID here, the user ID here. And then you can just like pass projects. We can pass projects. And now we can just go to the columns. Just change this to project and listed here by the thumbnail. So I'm just going to put this up here, which is thumbnail project image. Okay, and then we need the name. So here the name, title here, name. Okay, have the name of the project and then the set of created ad. We just need to use the start date. Okay, we have also created ad and then also the start date. So can have this the name, and here's going to be start date. Actually, just duplicate this since it is having the date column. So here's going to be start date. You can just say to the project start date and then created. This is going to be start date. Yeah, so great. Maybe for this, we can just say commented, and this is going to be project, and then this is going to be projects update to be project.id, and here is going to be project.id, just like this. We'll have another button of view project. So we'll have another button here which says view project. So here, uh, just say here, instead of this, okay, I'm just going to go here and just say return, and then you can return something here. For instance, we can just like add a button. Okay, and add a button from the button. I don't know if it's already just here, button, and then inside here just add a link of next link. So we'll just create a view page for the project, probably somewhere else, but the project has to have its the edited page with another layout. So we might just like have it with another layout somewhere. So for this, I'm just going to put HRA for now, which is a view project. Okay. And okay, so you're just going to have this table. So as you can see, we have one project here. I'm just going to refresh. Okay, so you can see the project image, project name, and it was created on Friday, October 15th. And then we have the view. Okay, so when you click on the view, it will be taking you to another layout where we enter into the actual project and dive into now more things. Okay, yeah. So we will just like for instance add to just going to go and add to here in the projects we'll have one thing which is going to be like view. Okay, and in the view of course there will be like the slug, so you could just use a slug here inside the view. can have a folder of Slack, and inside the Slack, you could just like have the page.tsx rfc. This is going to be project detail page. Okay. We'll just see if it will be here because might just need to have its own set of things altogether, like layout and other things. But for now, let's leave it here. And here on the columns now, this one is going to be taking to this page, which is like dashboard projects view, and then here it's going to be like any project name, and this should be like be taking us to that page. Now you can see like this one has I may say it has this layout, so we might just not need this layout in the project. We don't need to have distractions. So if I click on view, okay. So also these projects are for this person. By the way, the other one I think it finished, and the online one, and you can see that this person now has no clients. The same thing to the projects. This person shouldn't have any projects. So we're just going to go ahead and like we still have a lot of things to do. The project is going to have its own layout. So like when you enter a project, it's going to be like this dashboard the way you see it, but here on the side is going to have different things. For instance, the invoices for that project and payments for that project, and all these ones are for that specific project. So we're just going to really um, modernize this so that you know you have a really nice thing you can onboard clients, and the same thing that the projects. Let me look at the time right now. Okay, we have about going to 5 hours. So what I just want to do right now is to push and make sure that everything is okay right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and push this. I'm just going to say npx prism. Okay, right now I'm tired. Gate add, and I'm just going to say git commit, and we can just say added projects, and let's say and git push. Okay, so let's go here. Let's go to the Versailles. Okay, there is a new build. Yeah, so in the next episode, we're just going to be working on the detailed view for the project. Is going to be We're going to be working on the detailed view for the project. Uh, so if you just come here and you go to this detailed view, you have now a lot of things to explore on the project, and that's the whole where we're going to look at now more things, so many things that you're going to look at on that on that side. Okay, yeah, that's really really nice. So I am just going to go ahead and wait for this to build. Okay, and it has gone through uh, very nicely. So you can just go ahead and again test if this one has any projects. So you can see this one has no projects, has no clients. So which is really, really cool. Nice. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's stop here. We'll resume in the next episode. I think this one is going to have about, I must complete it within this week. It must have like about 3 or 4 episodes. This being the first one. If we add like more 4 hours, we should be able to push it that far that we need to complete it because I need to start using it as soon as I can. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one.